Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I hope you hear me loud and clearly, so sound is working, and you had a fantastic day, and very nice to see many of you being here and waiting for the stream to start so that we can and watch together, what is it called? The Rings of Power, I think. Episode 8, the final episode of Season 1. That will be interesting to see. So yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you had a fantastic day. We saw a few people here. Very nice comments. Sounds okay. Okay, that's good to hear. If I'm lucky. Yeah, sound seems really to be okay. The only detail that is off is you hear white noise, because I deactivated the noise gate and the noise filter. So that's because I was doing some other recording stuff previously, so I deactivated that for reasons unknown, but yeah, it should work. So Rings of Power. Let us see. Where's the Rings of Power page? There it is. Like last time I created like a watch party thing. We can do this again. I put the link into the bot so people can press exclamation mark thing for it. Because yeah, last time it worked kind of well, I feel. Just have to set this up and then copy the link. I hope it works. Let me just double check stuff. It should work. Okay, that should work. Watch party. Of course. So how are people doing? I have a white squirrel in my yard sometimes. A squirrel. Call him Squirreloman the White. That's that's good. Just need to get my chocolate and get this party started. Yeah, we still have a moment of time before we start. Of course, I have to set this up again. Also, yeah, seems like something missing. Should be okay. Create the watch party, right? Seems to work. You have to copy the link then. Okay, that might be interesting to see. We have to watch, as a reminder, of course, we watch episode 8 of season 1 of the Rings of Power. We have to watch the what happened previously part and the credit and the intro sequence as well, else the timer won't be shown correctly on the stream thing. You know what I mean? All I need to do now is set up the link here. And it should work. It can happen that when you started, the audio, whatever, is in German, because I started as a over my German account. The watch party thing. So in theory, exclamation mark watch party should activate it. Probably also checking something out really quick in case we wonder why is he so quiet. But yeah, also I made it, for people who haven't seen it, I made a German review of the show as well. So far that didn't work out too well. And it also did relatively well considering that the Chris is German. Yeah. That worked also relatively well, the view-wise, considering how small the German channel is. But for people who can speak German, I'm not even sure if I have a command for that. Maybe something like that. Oh, the German launch channel, yeah. So for people interested in that, you'll also find it linked in the description, of course, somewhere, I think. As you have to go to the link tree thing to get the link. Whatever. Probably you have heard enough about this whole episode 8, but today we will listen a bit more to it and watch it together. Was an interesting episode in of itself, but as said, my reception was also a bit more negative due to it being, I don't know, it felt a bit rushed at places where it should not feel rushed, and in retrospective, the whole focus of the first season felt a bit off for me, I have to admit. Hard to tell if it will be dead on arrival. I think it just comes down to how much marketing budget you pump into it, but you could be right, of course. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure. We will see. I hope they simply improve the show in the 2 years and so on. Would only watch him in German if Adar would speak Bavarian. Wait, there was a question. Is it better to activate through the link versus starting separately? I don't know. It doesn't really matter, I think. Maybe it's more convenient over the link, but do it as however you like. I will show, maybe I should also bring it on already. Here, this timer, and it will start, and you can sync it up with this. I hope that will work out for people. Even consider maybe streaming later on Twitch again and watch like another episode, which we haven't seen on Twitch yet with together. There we also have the feature of what's it called? You know, the watch party feature on Twitch, which is pretty decent in my opinion. When do you expect we will get season 2? Early 24 or late? That's a good question. I have no idea. I would expect again in the somewhere in the middle, but I don't know. It depends on how much time they really need to bring the show up to the standards they want. I simply hope they improve in some fields that, in my opinion, really need improvement. It's not like the writing is completely terrible, but yeah, it just could be quite a bit better. I'll also just check if the timer works. Seems to be the case. Another one's December 2023. It's interesting. I don't think that, I'm not sure I understand you correctly. I don't think the acting of Galadriel was a problem. I think the biggest problem with Galadriel was definitely how weirdly she was written. It's not on the actress, in my opinion. But of course, feel free to disagree there. Isidor's was Vedic, turns out to be Sauron. Yeah, there's like a lot of theories. There was like a funny meme thing that I had to laugh at quite a bit. Let me just see if I find it. I think I posted it on the Discord server somewhere. in the meme channel, I assume. Probably I've seen it a million times already, so probably not that funny. Oh yeah, here it is. I think I can just open it and post it in chat or something and people still can see it. Something like that. I mean, I could in theory just put it on my main screen. Maybe I have to make it a bit smaller here for it to really work. I really found that kind of funny, I have to admit. These annoying captures. Yeah, this is what the meme looks. Select all images with Sauron. Click verify once done. I have to say that was really funny. Chris has a Discord. So fancy. Yeah, everyone has a Discord. I want Galadriel's hairs. I would use them to make a musical instrument. Okay, I didn't see the second part of your sentence coming. In Spanish, Kelly Blimbo has Edward Norton's voice, which made it quite bizarre for me. It felt like he was hiding his Fight Club attendance. That's funny. Findel training montage. So chat, let us see. Oh, that's a button I need to use for that. What's a Discord? A Discord is how to explain. In a way, I guess it kind of started as a voice client alternative for TeamSpeak. So basically it's like you can voice chat there with other people, but it also added like different channels. So it's also kind of like a voice over IP chat communication thing / forum. Like it's like a message board as well, because it can have different channels and it has really relatively complex text features in comparison to, for example, if you just take TeamSpeak or something like that. So there's a lot of that to that. It's kind of interesting in that regard, I feel. So Solo just joined the server. It's kind of funny. I know. Oh. Sorry. This Discord is like a modern Palantir. Exactly. It's kind of interesting. Like, I feel like the Rings of Power show had like really a lot of potential. The problem was really this constant, oh no, we did terrible things. Yeah, hi, welcome. Nice that you joined. I don't know, it's difficult. I feel like, of course, it's more difficult for Rings of Power because they have to establish the world and all kinds of things already. When it comes to House of the Dragon, people already knew like Game of Thrones, and it was absolutely massive when that show aired. And they have to set up all these things first before they can continue with the Rings of Power story. And House of Dragon, you already know, I mean, even though there are different characters and they also need to be introduced and so on, but the basic concept of the world and what you have to kind of expect there and how it works was already established. And at least they don't have to do that. I feel like where Rings of Power fails is that it, I said this in the review now multiple times, it's definitely that they established the big antagonist far too late in the season. Like, that was really a problem, and they were also very bad at leaving this whole setup phase. Like, like the first six, no, not the six, but until episode 6, everything feels like set up, and that's a terrible feeling. As a result, the story never goes anywhere, and you just feel like, okay, are we now done with the introduction? Can we maybe start with the actual story? And that's a big problem. Are we sure the showrunners aren't Sauron? Pretty sure. Nobody knew what the series was about until they said the elves were dying. Yeah, pretty much that. But yeah, maybe we should start with the show. We have enough talking around here. We should get into. We should get watching the episode together. Yeah, I know. Of course, I will talk over it. I guess I consider that people have seen it. I hope nobody's there in chat watching this the first time with us here. That would be, I guess, a terrible idea, because we will, of course, we will talk about it all the time. Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you join this stuff that it's all in German for you, but at least the show itself could work. As said, Spielclub is also welcome. As said, exclamation mark watch party if you want to join the Amazon watch party feature link if you watch it like on PC. I'm not even sure how it works on other devices. Before you started watching the episode for the first time, what was your biggest hope? I hope that I don't know, it would be like spoiler warning. I hope that well, let's phrase it differently. That H equals S would not be true, and that it's maybe a character we haven't seen yet that worked in the background. Even though I wouldn't like that either, I feel like that would have been the better option for how they told the story so far. Then I hoped that, and this hope is still not completely dead, but that the stranger would turn out to be one of the blue wizards, which is still possible, but it's not clear. And I definitely hope that they would not start forging with the Great Rings of Power yet, and they just maybe start experimenting and forge maybe a few of the lesser rings, and then the big forging starts in episode in season 2. That was my hope, and yeah, as you can see, probably nothing of that. Yeah, my hope was destroyed in a way, like nothing was it. Though I have to admit, probably some of you have seen my predictions video. It was pretty much as I predicted, so I know it would probably not happen, but I hoped I was wrong, if that makes sense. Yeah, Galadriel was also a character Tolkien himself struggled a bit with when it comes to implementing her into the lore. But I would say we start. Are people ready in chat? That's probably the biggest question. Maybe we could do a poll before we start. I'm not sure though what we should asking. With a few things, I was definitely wrong. I swear maybe it's interesting to know. Let me just see. Start a poll. Have you seen episode 8 already? That's maybe an interesting poll. Maybe there are some people here. I would expect that it is not the case. Maybe there are some people here who watch it for the first time. Yes, we like polls. Good. So that's that. So far, there is a person or two. I have to calculate this. How many persons said no? I mean, there's always the possibility of a misclick or something. But with 33 votes, oh, it's not 4%, it's 6%. Just one. Okay, so 2 people so far haven't seen it yet. Okay. Number goes down, but yeah, 2 people in chat who have not seen the episode yet, and I hope you thought this through, because as said, I will definitely talk about over what we see. Answered the poll before he typed the poll question. Oh, that is interesting. You probably see it earlier in chat than you hear my typing complete. That's interesting. First timer here. I'm just here for the translations. Welcome, Billy. You think about the map thing on the Halbrand descendants ancestors scroll. Well, I tried to look into this last stream, but sadly I can't find out in what system it is written. And that's of course a problem. I only have I only can read Quenya, Kir's, and the Numenorian writing system, but it was none of them, it feels. I mean, we could look into it and try if we find something out. Yeah, at least 15 seconds. We did like a test, and I said, now I counted down from 3, and everyone should write 1 or something in chat. And some people had I don't know, almost 40 seconds delay or something like that. It's really big on YouTube. It's on Twitch, it's a lot shorter. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not in low latency mode though. That is interesting. I'm just in normal latency mode. I thought I would be in low. Whatever. Could we do let me see. What was the question? Can we do an entire season 1 watch party? I thought about this as well. If we could do this, I mean, in theory, we could do that. Like on Twitch, I usually watch 2 episodes in a row. 8 hours, it's a regular stream here. Well, that's true. To be fair, the 8-hour streams are rare here. Usually I go for 3 or 4 hours. And I would not mind to be even faster, to be honest. Only with alcohol. Well, what you drink during the watch party is up to you. So, yeah, there's that. Also, as said, yeah, there's a feature on the Amazon functionality, you can start a watch party there. I created one. You can join there. It's optional. You can watch it however you want. There will be a timer on screen as well. Just in case people wanted to get everybody on board and explain what's going on. We haven't started yet because we always do a bit of talking before we go into the show. Secretly, I was also eating my chocolate bar here. So the score is always right. Well, the score is pretty good from the show, to be fair. watch the season backwards would make more sense. Interesting point. When somebody on YouTube, maybe you have seen it, put in the effort and basically added together all the hints of H equals S, and relatively interesting to see. Scores 100. Which chocolate? It was simply, we call it here Duplo. Not Milka though. Even though I have like a chocolate bar Milka thing here as well, somewhere. I have to admit, for whatever reason, I'm kind of tired. I don't know why though. I should be completely energetic. So it will be a bit more relaxing today, I feel. But yeah, chat, are you ready? That's the biggest question. Israel method. Destruction of the Three Wings Watch backward. Interesting, yeah. A lot of yes. Gaiad is not ready yet, though, it seems. Or maybe he was not answering to the question. Hell yeah. So. Where are we going? We'll start in a moment. All I need to do is, I think, press here on the play button and see that the language is correctly set up. I'll watch it with English subtitle. Oh, I just started it by accident. Nope, don't do that. Sorry, chat. False alarm. I make a countdown before we start. All I need to do is put this window here next to this so I can start the timer. Okay, Gaia is ready, so then we are ready to go. Deutsch, bitte. I watch it in English with English subtitles. I haven't seen it in German yet, but I would like to watch it again. To the Secret Council. I also hope that people look kind of forward of seeing the episode, even though I know there is a lot to criticize. I would like to not get too nitpicky because it's, I don't know, we have had enough analysis streams and stuff for hours that were about nitpicking. Now we just want to watch the show and see what's going on. I feel like the start already is pretty good, and I mentioned it also in my German review. Already, like, I really like the cinematography of some stuff of the beginning with the stranger. We will, we'll briefly discuss this in a moment. So, if everybody is ready, I would say we can start now. So I'll count down from 3, and then on go, I will press the start button. As said, if people still want to join the watch party Amazon feature, ! watch party for the link. Else, yeah, there will be also, as you see, the timer on stream will run, so you can synchronize with that. Let me just set 2 things up just in case. Okay, that is strange, whatever. May do it like this. Always so many things here on screen. Do I need this here? No. It should work still. Okay. I think I'm also ready now. Bereit. Okay, so let's count down from 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Ba-dum. It's very important that this sentence, not of the flesh, is but over flesh, is put there in this summary here again, because simply it is, yeah, how to say it? It's very important because it's a very important plot part of this show, of this episode. So for the people in the watch party, it's actually started, but it seems to work. What's interesting with Adar and why we probably haven't seen him in the last episode, I mean, it was a very busy episode still. Strength as a king. Well, that didn't age well. Okay, now the credits start. Oh no, it doesn't. The credits start later, right? This, I really like the cinematography here in this particular part. So we discuss this in a moment. I like how the focus shifts and we see the eye. And now he's very alone, the stranger. And what I like about the scene is he seems very small now. Because he's actually not a giant, he's just a normal-sized man. But with the hobbits, he was a giant. You know what I mean? Here he seems now very small and normal again, without his hobbit friends. And especially this shot where we see this eye is kind of very sad. And what I liked about this part here is his only possession is what he's wearing, his little map of the stars, and the apple. I find it kind of cute that he went. Like, if we look at the map, he must have walked for hundreds of miles, but distances in the show are very terrible, so I don't know. He finds somebody. That would be scary. Now he gets distracted and his clumsiness activates, and he loses his apple. And look how he looks at losing the apple. Oh no, I lost the apple. He's very sad about it. I like that he hasn't eaten it yet. In a way, you could interpret it as he's not just that far away yet, but in a way you could also say maybe he sees, like, he honors this gift in a way. So I like the ideas and the direction here of these scenes here quite a lot, I have to admit. And here we see the eye change. And it's her. It's feminine. But where are the Naz girls? And she has the apple. He thinks, oh cool, she has the apple. Oh. Then we have the dweller. That's feminine. The woman speaking Quenya, which is interesting that she speaks Quenya. And they think he's Sauron. The woman that spoke is the nomad, and the ascetic is the woman with the weird helmet. And now we have the credits. The soundtrack part is the chanting is pretty cool. Still the half-foot top, yeah. But yeah, the cinematography there was pretty decent in my opinion. I liked that. But yeah, I wanted to talk about Adar, that his story is kind of complete. Like, he reached his goal, so there's no reason for do stuff more for him. Like, he now has created a place for his orcs to dwell in. That's, I guess, all he wanted. That's kind of the reason why I feel like Adar is not enough as an antagonist, because he has now reached his goal, and now they would need to set up more to make this character push the story forward again. But In my opinion, that's why you really need like a strong antagonist earlier in the show. And because they are so focused on keep everything a secret, like a mystery, this mystery box stuff, just so stupid because it just hurts the show, in my opinion. Yeah, in case people want to the chat stuff, I watch it mainly at the YouTube chat. I have also like an eye on the other stuff here at times, but mainly watch the YouTube stuff. And yeah, there were some ships in the river. Interesting, I didn't notice that before. And Halbrand's kind of sleeping on the other horse there. It seems tomorrow, when we see Gil-galad, it's tomorrow already. Yeah, a reference that the sun is made out of the fruit of the last fruit of Laurelin. So these trees were massive, so I don't know how big the fruit actually was. That's a nice reference. Like that. And here they hear Galadriel arriving. She says, she hasn't said it yet, but that they rode like 6 days or so. And he thinks, where do you come from? That is 6 days ago. To make this possible, they had to ride 140 miles a day. That are 200, I don't know, 20 something kilometers with a horse. Also interesting. Well, it was probably not wisely chosen. Well, here with swimming, Galadriel has an advantage, to be honest. There's quite a bit of practice now. Who is there? I like his question. And here comes the scene where this was the first reveal, basically. Reveal yourself. So I have to admit, how does this mechanism work with a rope? Well, Morgoth, potentially. Yeah, he had also some. Maybe the master also spoke of the grandfather of Celebrimbor. It is a gift. I mean, as soon as he enters his shop, it's pretty much clear who he is. Here comes a guy, a stranger to Eregion, and talks about ringcraft with Celebrimbor. Who could it be? Very curious if Earian was maybe chosen to be here as well due to her due to her relationship to Kemen. Also an interesting scene. They should have put Halbrand's bed next to the forge. True. What did she do in the dark? I think he thinks she is Miriel. I don't understand. This is one of the great mysteries I didn't fully understand yet. Interestingly, like, there's of course Denethor. By the way, there's the helm of Dorlumin. Or the helmet, the dragon helmet of Dorlumin in the background. There must also be some. There's the image of Luthien and Beren in the background to the left. Maybe Miriel also used the Palantir in secret or so, but why would he open the door then for her? Hello, man. And here it becomes suspicious. Yeah, in the books, Miriel and Farazon might marry. Well, this is solved in the books, in the show here. I don't know. Elrond's diplomacy power is on it. I like that he uses his own counsel against him. But yeah, it's the depiction of Gil-galad I'm not a fan of, I have to admit. Is that a glaive? It's the spear eyeglass of Gil-galad. So it's supposed to be a spear, though it probably looks a bit like a glaive, I agree. Careful. CGI fire, I think. He looks like Mr. Hom from Star Trek TNG. Kind of. He's Mr. Google, basically. So it's kind of funny that Eregion... Now we see a bit more of Eregion, which is cool. I find it funny that he sees her. I can't believe it either, to be honest. Interestingly, he has the same neck thing as a Waldrick. It is at the same time like kind of a... What do you call it in English? Chris, you fool. A threat, that's a word. They know quite a bit about stuff, being in Meteor and so on. A veil is cast. The Hermit's Head. She says it kind of correctly. I'm impressed. Like the RH is a voiceless trill. Interesting that she exactly describes that what Sauron does, like putting everybody under his will and makes them slave to his will. It seems like they notice something. She also noticed something. She smarts. So they probably know that the Harfoots are there. Yeah, he doesn't know who he is, but he knows who potentially Sauron is. The question is if he knows who he is, or if he just listened to the description of these cultists. Like they described how everybody will be slave under him and how he will control cold and fire and wind and storm and whatnot. So it's not like they just said, yeah, you are Sauron, and he knows, okay, I'm Sauron, get it. Like there was also some kind of description going on there, to be fair. Also welcome, Sushan. But they also know the Istar, or the term Istar, and they speak Quenya, which I find strange. That's probably the weirdest thing that they speak Quenya. No, the Mala would definitely not send Sauron back. And the ice again. Like how he fell in this hole in this back there. Then he's gone for a moment. That's interesting. That's a cool effect, I have to admit. No, Poppy. Here's the first hint that, I don't know, they are kind of supernatural beings. I mean, they also have powers, but they could just men with magic powers or so. You know what I mean? Must have heard. Make him see. I'm not sure what she means by that. Maybe she have like a spell to remove the veil or something, because after that he seems to. This is a nice shot that Nori instantly stole her staff. Kind of interesting. So they really go with the staff helps him focusing. It's kind of funny. Oh, where's my fire? Yeah, I really like Nori as well. He is the other, the Easter. How do they know he is? As I said, we discussed this in the analysis stream already, what they could be, like phantoms, wraiths. We did even a vote. Maybe some early versions of Barrow Wights or something. Even the staff is going away. And now he remembers. It's difficult to interpret what they mean. He's the other. The Istar. That's like the other implies that the other is not an Istar, you know? That there's another person, not an Istar. And I assume they simply mean Sauron. So they assume there's one Sauron and one Maya to counter him, which is the Istad. Singular, as you say. But it's really strange. They should not know who the Istar or the Istari are. Where's the tissues? I mean, in a way, I discussed this in the German, because I always mentioned the German review because I had a bit more time to think things through. And it is definitely noticeable. Also, we see the green bow of Returnal again in the background, and Valandil missing his friends. He lost a lot in this fight there. What I wanted to say is, so Sauron, if you read the story, it's even mentioned in some of the texts and in the letters and so on that Sauron basically foresee the arrival of the Istari in a way, or he himself pretended he would be an ambassador of the Valar. And if you think about it, the Istari are ambassadors of the Valar. So it's kind of likely that Sauron foresaw this step of the Valar sending Maya to Middle-earth as well. And so I assume maybe they were in some kind of contact and Sauron told them about that maybe somebody's coming. They still should not know that they are called the Istar, in my opinion, or the Istari, and that is kind of interesting. He's the Istar. If they would have said he's one of the Istari or something, that would be more interesting. As a result, it seems like he's the only one so far. As I said, he could be Gandalf, he could be Saruman, something like that is definitely possible. He could be Radagast. Saruman went into the East actually with at some point. So it happened in the Third Age, to be fair. My hope is still that he's maybe turns out to be one of the Blue Wizards, but I think he's Gandalf. Olodin. I don't see them being Maiar, to be honest. I mean, it's possible, but it would be strange. It's a good question if he knew the term Istar. I assume at some point he for sure did, that there were Istari doing things. But yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. To be expected that Elendil also went to Numenor. Yeah, it's not getting better for Either they always had more ships available or they upgraded their fleet. That's also a possibility. Not very unfortunate that Ar Inziladun or Tar Palantir died here. Kapow. As if Sauron didn't know. And here Halbrand noticed this. He's definitely suspicious already. Something's, I think, written on his scarf. Yeah, Celebrimbor needs a timeout. I agree. So here she holds the scroll and has found out things. That something is not correct. The fascinating thing about Sauron is he kind of told her, yeah, found it on a dead man's body. I would love to, but I'm not sure if I can. Oh, just lightly drawing a rose, okay. I kind of like how he just stops her. We don't know why he wants to stay in Numenor. Maybe to cause trouble there. Maybe he searched for something, for knowledge or so. Adar said he had he said that Sauron looked for some knowledge but couldn't find what he needed to know. Maybe he hoped to find that in Numenor. I like how she looks at him like he knows he's an illusion, but he really loves seeing her brother again. And also what Adar said, interestingly. I like how he looks like looks really scary at times. I kind of believe him. Also interesting. Like how the boat just stopped and the waves just stopped. Very interesting to see. It was an interesting scene though. The mirror universe, basically. Lawful neutral Sauron is. Yeah, it's true. Without Sauron, it doesn't need really saving, to be honest. I don't know what he says there. Something with. This was live or something. They are rushing, and Galad is also rushing. Interesting that it was a Glando in the river. He looks at Kiliwimo, especially you. It was also discussed, but I kind of like this. Wise one, or one who knows, to be precise. Or those who know, study. Why? Good question, mother. The old goat. I think just for the sake of fan service, it must be Gandalf. There are just too many references regarding him. But I guess it's still possible that he's a Blue Wizard or Saruman or whoever. Saruman would also work, even though I don't really like the idea. But at least he goes to the east, where it is a place where Gandalf does not go. Grenfell always reads the newspaper upside down. It's funny. Snails for the big fella. Like that move, to be honest. He says, to the east I do not go. But it says Faramir quotes him, basically. There was a slow-mo, I just noticed this time. Heartbreaking scene again. Ankle head. Now we have the Blue Wizards. Saruman maybe visits the Blue Wizards at some point in the east. I really hope that Poppy would go along with her for the full Frodo and Sam experience. But that didn't happen, unfortunately. Oh, so much Peter Jackson stuff. This is a Bilbo trip. Yeah, quite possible. Apprentice Wizard Nori confirmed. Like I was at Eleanor Brandiford. I think Daniel Wayman does a good job though. It's also like a classic Gandalf thing. Like I can't even see Ian McKellen saying that. So for me, it's yeah, he's most likely Gandalf. To be honest, like it's just too on the nose. Olorin, it's you. Like that she has to sacrifice this dagger here. Like first she put down her sword, then now she puts down her dagger. Kind of interesting. Too on the nose, nice fun. Yeah. I mean, shouldn't they you know, split like what do you call it? Disassemble the thing, put it apart, the dagger, and then sort it by metal. And just put everything like into a pot and melt it. It's really strange, to be honest. I have to admit. I mean, in a way, maybe this particular process here splits the different parts into their components or so. It's kind of strange. I would have wished it felt a bit more magical because it's a kind of magical artifacts. Looks like an eye again, funnily enough. That's spinning. Yeah, that's true. These things is a bit reminiscent of the opening thing of. Of course, Sherlock Elrond or Sherlrond has to dig deeper. What is going on there exactly? Man in the archive will never borrow any scrolls to Galadriel, though. I like that we see a little bit more of Eregion now, though it still feels pretty empty. I like these Souls games a lot, Sage. I think besides Demon Souls and Bloodborne, though Bloodborne is not possible, I played through every Souls game on level 1. Elden Ring, I started my level 1 run even, so play them quite a bit. Currently no time though. Yeah, a library card has been revoked. Exactly. I think Elrond and Galadriel will have a discussion at some point about this Halbrand dude, I feel. But it makes no sense that Galadriel doesn't tell anybody about it. That makes completely no sense. It's still not clear if the others know or suspect this or not. And here we see Mr. Sauron. With his bag of magic rings. Yeah, it's interesting. The song is not badly produced or so, but some might find the style not fitting or so. I don't mind, to be honest. It's a competently produced song, in my opinion. I can definitely see that people like it. I can also see that maybe some people might find it unfitting. It's also not my cup of tea, to be honest. That's in context of the show, but it's definitely not a bad song. Maybe we can make a like let's make a poll. Now we're at the credits in case people wonder, and yeah, that ends basically our watch party here. Maybe I could stop the thing here. What's it called? The timer. You should also be in the credits by now. So let me just stop the timer. Why is the timer here? Whatever, it doesn't make. We maybe make a poll because that's an interesting thing. Did you like the credits song? Maybe make 3 options. Yes, no, I don't care. Though I have to admit, maybe we only make 2 options, chat, because with 3 options, I feel like it's like with I don't care, people don't have to decide. I think it's better in the poll to have people decide yes or no. Did you like the credits song? of Rings of Power. Let's say of ROP episode 8, so it's clear what I mean. Very curious. Yeah, the bot has it out for Billy. Very curious. Okay, it's 60% so far say yes. Only 43 say nine. No, wrong language. Yeah, Mr. Mirabilis, welcome. Nice to see you. Yes, I'm online, and we have just completed watching episode number 8. It is Watch Party. It's interesting. Like, it's a bit decisive because, as I said, it's definitely not, like, quality-wise, it's not a bad song. I can see, though, that some people might find it not fitting for the show, whatever. Kind of interesting to see. How can I not like it? Like I said, it's not my, in this particular case, not my cup of tea. Yeah, exactly. Some might find it's not fully fitting for it, which I can see that. So yeah, I would just also end the watch party here on the other thing here. Thank you for the people joining there. Yes, I want to end the watch party here. Okay, so we got rid of that. Yeah, close this window here completely, probably smart. So yeah, 53% like it. So it's relatively 50-50. Like, it's, I think more people like it than dislike it, but it's definitely kind of seen as a, what do you call it? A dividing song at the end. Though, as I said, it's badly sung. I don't think it's badly sung, to be honest. Like, I can't agree with you, Silmarillion, but I can see when people don't find it fitting, but I wouldn't say it's badly sung. I wouldn't go that far. That's true. There's this Gollum song that's similar. Now that you mentioned that. Actually, oh, hallo schon wieder again. Welcome back, Mark. Nice to see you. Like, ambivalent, dislike. I don't know what it would bring to us. Like, it was just to get, like, we could do that. True. Feminine rap god. I like the tune, to be honest. It's relatively dissonant, if that makes sense at times. I kind of like that because it's fitting for what this poem actually means. It's not like a happy poem. And then the elf kings got 3 rings, and their dwarven friends got 7. And I don't know, men got 9. And then they went all to a party and had a lot of fun. And then the Dark Lord had 1 ring, and they lived all happy after that. It's like, yeah, it's terrible. Just a bit exaggerated, you know what I mean? Though it's like, yeah. maybe we get the other rings in flashback. Yeah, like the worst part is I could definitely see how they completely pull off this. Oh, the other rings were also forged off screen, of course. Like this show at times. That would be terrible, in my opinion. I hope they don't go for that. The problem is, what alternatives would they have? Just thinking about. There is this scene here again. Like, what is the alternative for what they could do here? Are they really going to send Sauron or make Sauron come back to Eregion in Season 2 and forge the other 16 Rings of Power with Celebrimbor? I don't see that. Like, you know, it's like trick me once, but don't trick me twice, or whatever the saying is in English. Like, what? That would be really strange in my opinion. Oh, by the way, Mr. Celebrimbor, I forgot something. You could make 16 more rings. How about that? And Celebrimbor would maybe say like, but I already made 3 of them and they're pretty awesome. They're probably the best work I can ever do. And all other works I will do from this point on will not even come close to my magnum opus here. Why should I even consider making more of the same? He could maybe argue. And yeah, I don't know. It's a strange idea. I hope, like in a way, I hope they don't go that route, so maybe they really made them off-screen, but that would be also terrible. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure what the showrunners were thinking here with making it like that. It's, in my opinion, not great. The problem is the 16 rings need to be in Eregion, else the complete plot of the Second Age makes no sense. They can't be forged in Mordor, and they can't be forged anywhere else. I mean, no, it makes no sense. It makes effectively no sense at all. No, Corey Castle. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. He might be angry that he made rings without him, but I guess he was more angry at the elves that his trick didn't work. I mean, maybe he really makes them in Mordor and later gives them away, but I don't see it. The problem is really, like, I guess that's kind of a big book spoiler for people who not knowing the books, but in the books, the rings are the reason why Sauron later comes back to Eregion and attacks them. And as we know from The Lord of the Rings, Sauron gets all the rings except for the 3 rings. So if he goes there to get the 3 rings, they could maybe make, okay, there are only 3 rings and the other rings were forged, I don't know, in Mordor or whatever, and then he can't get them. But that would definitely shift the power, if that makes sense, in the Second Age in a way, because yeah, I don't know, it would be strange, because then Sauron's attack would be completely not successful at all when he attacks Eregion, doesn't get the 3 rings, and also the 16 rings don't exist. That would be completely weird, in my opinion. Then his complete endeavor would have been a failure there at this point. But if we look at this from the perspective from the books, like he goes to Eregion, he doesn't get the 3 rings of power, which is unfortunate, but he gets the 16 rings, and this brings him still into a pretty good spot when it comes to power, even after losing the war. So there's it. Oh, Kierdan is here. Welcome. Hey ho, how is it going? It's still going well. We just completed watching episode 8. So we are now, I hope you have seen the episodes so far, so we won't spoil you anything. And to be fair, the complete Eregion section takes 35 minutes. I edited it together in like my editing program and just looked how long it takes for all these scenes combined that were related to Forging the Rings. So since the episode is 1 hour long, the other part of the episode had to be pretty much, it's 25 minutes Harfoots, I guess. We have also to subtract 5 minutes. So it's 20 minutes Harfoots, 35 minutes Eregion, and 5 minutes, something like that, roundabout. 35 minutes forging stuff. Yep, I've seen it already. Awesome. I mean, else it would have been dangerous to get to the stream. There's no way they had time to forge 16 rings in the implied time. That is definitely possible. That they I agree with you. Yeah, they probably had no time for it, but I don't get it. What I heard that the showrunners want to explain to us how Halbrand got on this raft. And I want to be 100% honest here. I don't care how he got on this raft. Like, can we maybe focus on stuff that is in the books? Really hate this. Boat is moving, so we have always a bit of motion blur. But yeah, I don't want to know how he got on this boat. Not gonna lie. Not on my priority list. Yeah, he said 3 weeks. Was it weeks or was it not even months or so? I'm not sure. Like, the time is, that's the problem with this show. Definitely is that the time is so incredibly bent all the time, how the writers just need it, that you have no feeling for how much time in the show might have passed. I think that's not the biggest problem, I guess, but it's kind of annoying at times. When you want to generate urgency, the worst part you can do is that the audience gets a feeling, yeah, the time does whatever it wants anyway in the show. It's the same as in the in episode 7 of Star Wars at the end, where they say, oh no, this planet will blow up in 2.5 minutes, and then 15 minutes later it still hasn't blown up. Like, it's always a problem when you do it like that. I agree, it's definitely difficult, but in my opinion, they do it extremely bad in this show. Exceptionally bad. Okay, they said at the beginning it was 3 months, then it was 3 weeks. Yeah, I remember now. There's also the thing where he said, okay, I should do all the work of of centuries in like 3 weeks or so. It's also hard to tell how long Miriel was away from Numenor. I can't tell you. I have no idea. No feeling for it even. It's not a big problem, to be fair, that the time is so strange, but it's definitely noticeable. And when time, like, as soon as you start using time however you want, every time you want to create urgency with like, oh no, we have to be done in 3 weeks or so, it never works, because you know what I mean? It always kicks you out of the immersion of this being somewhat consistent. like the illusion of like of course filmmaking is always an illusion. Like space and time are bent all the time in films, and like I said, you never see, I don't know, certain details in a show. Like a lot of classic film tropes you see all the time. Like when you have a phone call, it never ends properly. It just people hang up the phone and then it ends. You know what I mean? You don't have to show this. This is manipulation of time and space and stuff like that. But you know what I mean? You have to maintain the illusion that it actually exists, like time and space actually exists in the film. And I feel like in Rings of Power they damage this illusion too much and stretch it too much and play like it often seems clumsy. It seems not on point from several perspectives, and at least for me that kills a bit the illusion. So I can never take urgency what's the word? Ernst nehmen. I can never believe the urgency. I'm with you, but I feel sorry that disappointment. I would say the ending, like them forging the Rings of Power in just one episode. That for me was probably the biggest disappointment. Overall, I had fun with the show. I think it's not a perfect show, not even close. It's definitely watchable. It's not as terrible as some people make it to be, but I would have wished to see like the magnum opus of Celebrimbor, that it has taken more time than just one episode. Like 35 minutes of this episode is about getting to the point of them being forged. There's so much so many interesting ideas that they could have explored, like the idea that I mean it is indicated in the show. He talks about that Feanor tried to capture the essence of Valinor with the light and so on and so forth. And maybe it's due to rights issues also on, but of course the Rings of Power also reflect the Silmarillion in a way, like one ring of air, one ring of fire, one ring of water. And we have one Silmaril in the sky, in the air, we have one Silmaril in the earth, in the fire, and one in the oceans, in the water. So there is definitely a parallel here that they potentially use for that. But it's a bit unfortunate that they didn't explore this further, in my opinion, and explained this. And there could have been more, let's call it, philosophical discussions about the existence of these rings, what this means. I feel like they could have taken like 2 or 3 episodes to create those rings, and I would appreciate that. I mean, I guess 3 is maybe a bit much, but at least make 2 episodes out of that, so that it doesn't seem like, okay, Galadriel swimming in the ocean is as important, or gets almost as much time in the episode as forging the rings itself. That's just stupid. Yeah, that is true. Like they definitely told the episodes like that it's like 28 episodes per season. That's definitely I often feel like some episodes was like the realization, oh, we don't have 20 episodes per season. I've totally forgot. So we have to be done in 2 episodes or so. And then we had to rush things. That's always unfortunate. My boys, I must go. Love you all. Okay, see you, Priscilla. I didn't see somebody ask me about the Souls games. Not sure if there was like a follow-up to that question. No, there was not. Okay, we answered that then. I guess the opinions on how the rings look is definitely a bit divided. I don't mind how they look, to be honest. I think like the Galadriel's ring looks a bit strange. Don't know why though. Even though I like this part here of the ring, I kind of like, but this part here, I don't know. It looks a bit strange. Which ring looks better? Okay. Rich Elven Ring of Power looks best in Rings of Power, right? Maybe I make it like this so people know which ring is which. The problem is a bit I don't have a good close-up of the red ring, to be honest. Like I could maybe try finding the scene where we see it a bit better. So unfortunately, we don't see the red ring in a close-up. I guess that is the best shot I have. Could even zoom in a little bit, maybe that helps. To be fair, from this side, I would argue that the Nenya looks a bit better. You don't get an option for none of them. Since it's a question of which one of the three looks the best, I think there's none of them needed. Because I want to have a definitive answer for that question, not like a way out of answering the question. It doesn't mean you like the design of the rings. It's just more about, okay, which one, like if you don't like the design of how the rings looks, then you have to say which one is the least terrible. But even though I don't find them terrible, to be honest, it's just kind of interesting to see. I guess it also depends on how they look when you wear them on a finger versus them sitting on the table. You definitely see, I feel like the perspective you look at them is also different. Vilia was least terrible with the blue one. Also, like an addition. Oh no, I could try to read this. Like Tolkien wrote something about in the Rings of Power in a letter. Question is, which letter was that? Was it 133? 31, I think it was. Yeah, to Milton Waldman. So, in case people wonder what is going up with the Rings of Power. So, Tolkien wrote a letter number 131, if I'm not mistaken, from around about 1951. So, even before The Lord of the Rings came out. He wrote this. Though Tolkien completed The Lord of the Rings in 1949, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, he wrote to Milton Waldman, and Waldman is, I think, from from a book publisher. I think they discuss like the publication in the United States or so for Lord of the Rings, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, so there's also some stuff to be discussed inside this book. Let me just read it to you, and it's kind of interesting because there are a lot of, I wouldn't say misinformation about this, but it's, in my opinion, interesting to know because it's maybe not clear to some people. So what are these Rings of Power? What do the Rings of Power do? And this is very important. The chief power of all the rings alike, and I will just repeat this, the chief power of all the rings alike was the prevention or slowing of decay in, for example, change viewed as a regrettable thing, the preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive. So what he says is very much true. It's an elvish motive that the elves want preservation. They want that things don't change because they are immortal beings that also don't change, and they are very pure. And the change in Middle-earth and in the world, well, the change came into the world because Morgoth damaged the world. We have the concept of Arda Mard, and due to him destroying, for example, the two lamps, or him basically putting his own power into the world itself and combining it with the matter of the world itself, except for the oceans, this kind of clashes with the elves' nature in a way, and that is why the elves don't like being in Middle-earth, because this concept of this change is far less, for example, on the West continent, due to the presence, I assume, of the Valar and Maya and so on and so forth. It's still there, but it's far less strong and potent than in, for example, Middle-earth. And so in Middle-earth, if they want to stay there, and that is what the show also portrays, in my opinion, just a bit too much exaggerated, because there it is, oh, we have to leave Middle-earth next spring, else we all die. It's not that urgent in the books, I feel. Still, the basic concept of that is definitely there. And that is the reason why the idea of the chief power of all rings alike was the preservation or slowing of decay in, for example, change viewed as a regrettable thing, the preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive, so that's pretty much true. But also, they enhanced the natural powers of the possessor, thus more or less, wrong sign, thus approaching magic, a motive easily corruptible into evil. So this part is kind of also important what Tolkien makes here. They also give you like more power, make you more powerful when you wear one of those rings, in a kind of magical way, even though maybe the elves would not call it magic, and that's a very complicated topic. What is magic inside Tolkien's world and so on. And yeah, as a motive, there's always, like, when there's power, there's also like potential for corruption. So to read this again, but also they enhance the natural powers of the possessor, thus approaching magic, a motive easily corruptible into evil, a lust for domination. And finally, they had other powers more directed, derived directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer. So he is called, as he casts the fleeting shadow. What's this line? Fleeting shadow and a presage on the pages of the Hobbit, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. So that is also like an important part, and it seems like this part has to do with Sauron actually. The question is, why is that? I assume because Sauron, if we for example look at the Silmarillion, currently I can't see chat in case people wonder. Also I have the Silmarillion not opened. I have to find it really quick. Here it is. I found it. So yeah, here in the Silmarillion we can read an interesting passage about this, which might give us a hint why Sauron thought it would be very important that those who use the rings would also become invisible, or could become invisible, and at the same time perceive the unseen itself. And yeah, I read it a lot of times, but it's about the ring race, and it says basically they obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seems, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. And now it comes. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in the world beneath the sun. And they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. But this is very important. Now comes the downside to that. But too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron. And one by one, sooner or later, according to their native strengths and to the good or evil in their wills in the beginning, they fell under the thraldom of the ring that they bore and under the domination of the one. So, in seeing the invisible, Sauron... Also, I should end the poll, by the way. Forgot about that. Maybe just conclude this. So most people like the blue ring, Vilya, the most, 42%. Nenya's interestingly the second place. I'm not even sure if you see it right now because I have my production closed. Yeah, Nenya is second with 30%, and 27% is only for Narya, the red ring that Gandalf later has. That's the ring of Galadriel. This is the ring that Elrond later has. First it has, of course, Gil-galad, and this is the one of Círdan. Galadriel gets it also. I guess one of the few rings. Galadriel's ring is one of the few that does not change the owner, I guess. But yeah, let us return to what I just said. So, yeah, it's kind of important that Sauron was able to basically send like phantoms and delusions over the through the unseen to the peoples who used those rings, and as a result he could ensnare them and so on. So I think that is definitely a very important detail. And Sauron, of course, as like a necromancer, as Tolkien describes it here as well in the text before, is like, yeah, he casts a shadow and so on and so forth. Yeah, he as a necromancer had control or a very good understanding of the unseen. So that, I guess, was the idea why it was powerful. And then Tolkien continues in this letter after what I just read. Maybe I read it again just for people to get this. And finally, they had other powers more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer. So he is called as he casts a fleeting shadow and presage on the pages of the Hobbit, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. Now we continue with the 3 rings of power. And he has an interesting detail which I also forgot, but it's very interesting. And it shows what the difference between those rings is that we see here and the other 16 rings of power. The elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, though it's still based on the design of Sauron, I should add here. and directed to the preservation of beauty. So the motive of preservation is very strong here with these rings. That's their basically main motive. And interestingly, they did not confer invisibility. So the idea behind those rings of power was not that they make you invisible and see invisible things. It was only about actually preserving what is around those rings of power. Like, for example, your elven realm would be preserved by these rings here. So, kind of interesting. Yeah, and then it just continues with one ring. But secretly in the subterranean fire, in his own black land, Sauron made one ring, the ruling ring, that contained the powers of all the others and controlled them, so that its wearer could see the swords of all that used the lesser rings. So Sauron was then able, with the help of the One Ring, to so that its wearer could see the swords and all those that used the lesser rings, so including these rings. The lesser rings could govern all that they did, and in the end could utterly enslave them. And then he continues, he reckoned, however, without the wisdom and subtle perceptions of the elves. Kind of interesting. The moment he assumed the One Ring, they were aware of it and of his secret purpose, and were afraid. They hid the three rings so that not even Sauron ever discovered where they were, and remained unsullied. The others they tried to destroy. In the resulting war between Sauron and the elves in Middle-earth, especially in the west, was further ruined. Eregion was captured and destroyed, and Sauron seized many rings of power. These he gave for the ultimate corruption and enslavement to those who would accept them out of ambition or greed. Hence the ancient rhyme that appears in the leitmotif. Right? Motive? Yeah, I think that's how I pronounce it. Leitmotif of the Lord of the Rings. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor where shadows lie. Sauron became thus almost supreme in Middle-earth. The elves held out in secret places not yet revealed. The last elven kingdom of Gil-galad is maintained precariously on the extreme west shores, where are the havens of the ships. Elrond, the half-elven son of Eärendil, maintains a kind of, and that's interesting formulation, enchanted sanctuary at Imladris, in English Rivendell, on the extreme eastern margin of the western lands. But Sauron dominates all the multiplying hordes of men that have had no contact with the elves, and so indirectly with the true and unfallen Valar and gods. He rules a growing empire from the great dark tower of Barad-dûr, Mordor, near to the mountain of fire, wielding the One Ring. But to achieve this, he had been obliged to let a great part of his own inherent power, a frequent and very significant motive in myth and fairy story, pass into the One Ring. While he wore it, his power on Earth was actually enhanced. But even if he did not wear it, that power existed and was in rapport with himself. He was not diminished, unless some other seized it and became possessed of it. If that happened, the new possessor could, if he sufficiently strong and heroic by nature, challenge Sauron, become master of all that he had learned or done since the making of the One Ring, and so overthrow him and usurp his place. That's kind of interesting to read. To see that. So I was always not sure if the One Ring actually enhanced the power of Sauron. Like, in a way, it did by allowing him to control the other rings of power. I guess that in of itself is an increase in power if you think about it. What was the result of the poll? If we scroll up, it was the ring poll, right? Vilya was 42%, so the blue ring, this one here. And Nenya was 30%, the white ring. And 27 was Narya, the red ring. I don't know if the Mouth of Sauron possessed ever a ring. I don't think so. Because what we can read is that later in the war, Sauron actually took the rings, the rings he could get for himself. Like, he collected the remaining 7 and the 9, minus the 4 rings that were destroyed, so it were just only 12, I think. And used himself to enhance his power. It seems kind of interesting. I like the white ring one the least. Okay. For me, it depends a bit on the perspective. Showrunner said that they wanted to come up with a grand unified theory about Mithril and the Silmarils and basically everything in Mystery Middle-earth. Why would they do that, to be honest? I don't fully see why Mithril as a metal and the Silmarilli should be in any way connected. Yeah, we already watched the episode and are now discussing some details of it. So you, unfortunately, you missed it, Rosie. Very unfortunate. But good news, it will be available as a VOD after the stream. So if you still have interest, you could at least still watch what we discussed there. So it was, I don't know. I felt this time I was quite silent for watch party, considered the other stuff. I'm not sure though. I feel like we have to see the rings when they are actually put on hands. Though, to be fair, as long as Sauron has the One Ring, we won't see them being on hands that much. What's interesting though, it seems Galadriel was at least able to hide the One Ring, so basically also move the ring itself into the unseen in a way. Or maybe create an illusion so other normal beings could not see that she had the one, Nenya, the ring of water. Of interesting. Maybe Celeborn got a ring, just can't see now. Okay, now I get it. It would be also an interesting idea. Maybe Celeborn was moved into the unseen, and that's why why he wasn't seen anymore. And he's around, kind of. Yeah, it could also be a property of the rings, but since they don't render the possessor of the ring invisible as well, I don't know. Why were the elven rings made first instead of last? I have no idea why. Maybe the other rings were also made already off screen as experiments or something. I don't know. I don't get it, to be honest. We'll have to wait for season 2 to find out. I'm not a huge fan though that the magnum opus is created first and not the other rings. That, in my opinion, makes very little sense. And the Stark says, now I really want these 3 rings to have the ability to summon a Balrog. I'm sure that would be a good idea. But you talked about Balrogs being like a djinn or something. We said 11 rings first. Ah, okay. Also, maybe that's a scene I wanted to check, right? Probably won't find it. Hmm. No, can't read it. Could try to sharpen it. Or maybe it's just a depiction or something, like this thing here. I'm not sure if it's readable. First I thought it would be Tengwar or something like that, but... it's not, I think. Maybe I'm wrong though. Yes, translation. Yeah. Unfortunate, not much translation going on here. Interesting. And somebody asked them, do elves sleep? I don't know. Have like where was the question? Okay, I kind of find them. But elves have to sleep, and I think I would assume they also have to eat. They might sleep a bit differently, but they definitely, I think, have to sleep. At least there are references to that. Also, a lot of stuff is going on in chat. That's true, since she didn't go to Valinor, she doesn't know he's alive. It's kind of interesting if elves know that they can get re-embodied or not. Thanks for the streams and all. Looking forward to your next lore videos. I'm also looking forward to that. But of course there will be still some other stuff. Like tomorrow I'm invited by the German Tolkien Society to discuss episode 1 and 2 in German though. Then, I'm not sure when we start, like 19 o'clock or something. Maybe 18, I forgot the exact time. And tomorrow, and then, yeah, we still have to do a roundtable for episode, what is it called, 8. And I also plan to make a stream on the German channel. So for all the German-speaking viewers here, maybe check out the German channel. I'll probably post it here or on Discord or something, because it would be nice to get like some attention to that as well. And then I might get some German Tolkien creators together and see that we get like a nice discussion round. I can't tell you who I ask already because I have to, who will be there because I don't know yet. We will find out. But yeah, then would be interesting to do some German content as well. Because sometimes it's also nice to speak German. And it seems like there is definitely interest in this as well, it seems. The German review also did decently, considering that I have a very small channel just. Would be great to get 1,000 subscribers on the German channel, so I have like some additional options unlocked. Tim Turner, she's all in with Sauron. I don't fully see this, to be honest. I'm trying to learn German. Awesome. Also potentially difficult. Depending on what language you are used to speak. Now, when it comes to Celeborn, I can imagine multiple things. Either he was imprisoned for whatever reason. Maybe he is also on some kind of secret mission for 1,000 years. We don't know why. Definitely a possibility. He is really dead, and maybe he's re-embodied and sent back to Middle-earth like Lord Findel did, or maybe he replaces Lord Findel in a way. That would be, I think that's for me currently the most likely candidate we might see. The other option, I think maybe he got, I don't know, transferred into the unseen and has to escape from that or so. I don't know. That would be a weird theory though. He always said follow your nose, done deal. Yeah, it's probably... I also play Sea of Thieves. Oh, that's interesting to know. I haven't played Sea of Thieves in a long time, though. I have to admit. But yeah, I hope you have a good time. It was fun when I played it like a few years ago. It can be really relaxing to just be on your boat and enjoy the beautiful graphics. Like, the water looks so good in this game. My expectations are set pretty low for Season 2. I'm also very curious. I hope they focus on the right stuff and not on strange things. Because they make a Tolkien-related show, so maybe show some Tolkien stuff, in my opinion. That would be a good start. Maybe don't change too many things that seem completely off. I know that there must be changes, don't get me wrong there, but some of the stuff is really weird. If we see the race must fly towards Mordor Season 2, I start to like the show. That would be interesting. The game is full of psychopaths, I can imagine. Can you understand the magic flute without subtitles? I think I'm not, like, I know when that people can, like, German people can understand it without subtitles, but with opera it's always, and like if stuff is sung in this style, it's very difficult to understand. But it's you need to get used to it, and then you can understand it. Since I'm not rarely listen to operas or this particular piece, I probably would also not be able to understand, like, only parts of it, I guess. But yeah, it's probably the same as in English. You said you can barely understand operatic English. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as that. But I think you can get used to it and then you understand it, even without subtitles. But are the cultists dead or dispersed? I would assume that they might be just dispersed. Maybe only one of them survived. It's really hard to tell, because we have this big moss flying away there at the beginning. That seems to be like an indicator that they somehow survived in some case, I feel. I might be wrong, I don't know, but maybe it were not. No, it was a moss, right? Would be funny if they consisted out of dead fireflies, and maybe it had to do with a stranger, but yeah, probably not. Okay, it seems strange, Gaia. Showrunners talked about magic cults and other wizards in Rune. And they also mentioned the king on the mountain in the same context when talking about Theo. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. The ascetic, nomad, and the dweller. Sinkevon faked his death to get away from Galadriel. Maybe they transform into Mothra and then they have to fight Godzilla or something like that. But yeah, it's kind of strange. The whole cultist thing. Very curious if we learn more. Like, there is, like, if I read about the East and cults and so on, there's also a letter from Tolkien that discusses this idea a little bit. So that is letter 211 from 1958. An interestingly late letter for its content, to be honest. And there's the question about the 2 remaining wizards. Let me just see if I find the question. What were the colors of the 2 wizards mentioned but not named in the book? Because in the book we have the mention of the staff of the 5 wizards. We only know 3, so what are the colors of the other wizards? It was asked to Tolkien. And Tolkien answered this like this. I have not named the colors, which is interestingly potentially not fully true. Or maybe it is true, he hasn't named it in Lord of the Rings. Well, he says, I have not named the colors because I do not know them. That feels kind of strange that he would say that. Because we know from the Unfinished Tales that Tolkien actually wrote a text about these wizards, and that they were the Silmarillion, in 1954, I think. So 4 years before this letter was answered. Yeah. The full account of the study, that is the text I'm talking about, was written as it appears in 1954. See the introduction, page 12, for an account of its origin. And we should check page 12. It was proposed soon after the acceptance of Lord of the Rings publication that there should be an index at the end of the 3rd volume, and it seems that my father began to work on it in the summer of 1954, after the first 2 volumes had gone to press. He wrote of the matter in a letter from 1956. An index of names was to be produced, which by etymological interpretation would provide quite a large Elvish vocabulary. I worked at this for months and indexed the first 2 volumes. It was the chief cause of the delay of volume 3, until it became clear that size and cost were ruinous. In the event, there was no index in the Lord of the Rings until the 2nd edition of 1966. But my father's original rough draft has been preserved. From it I derived the plan of my index to the Silmarillion, with translations of names and brief explanatory statements, and also both there and in the index to this book some of the translations and the wording of some of the definitions. From it comes also the essay on the study, with which this section of the book opens, and entirely wholly uncharacteristic of the original index of in its length, if characteristic of the way in which my father often worked. For the other citation in this section I have given in the text itself such as indication of date as can be provided. So kind of interesting. And this was according to Christopher Tolkien from 1953. It's surprising in my opinion. Also there's a footnote on the letter here. 211, let me just see. Nope. Footnote number 3. Elsewhere Tolkien called the other 2 wizards Silmarillion, the blue wizards. See Unfinished Tales, page something something. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing I just mentioned here. So question 3. So he says, Tolkien says, I have not named the colors because I do not know them. I doubt if they had distinctive colors. Distinction was only required in the case of 3 who named in a relatively small area of the Northwest. On the names, see question 5, I really do not know anything clearly about the other 2, since they do not concern the history of the Northwest. I think they went as emissaries to distant regions, east and south, far out of Numenorean range. missionaries. Oh, I lost the line again. To enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had, I do not know, but I fear that they failed, as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways, and I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. So very interesting detail. This is the only hint, by the way. You could argue there's a hint in Nature of Middle-earth as well, that the Blue Wizards also go south. In all the other versions, it's simply mentioned that they go east, especially in the one from the late 60s or 70s. Kind of interesting. So yeah, if we read this, something, I don't know, cults and so on in the Far East and so on, maybe other wizards, I definitely see what is written in this letter in front of me. Yeah, he later added, like, there's a text in Peoples of Middle-earth. That is wrong. Yeah, in Peoples of Middle-earth, there's a text, the 5 wizards, and in that is really from very late in his life. And there he changed his mind again regarding them. Like, in this text, it feels like, yeah, I maybe thought a bit about it, but it's nothing too strong, even though he wrote an essay about them already, which is kind of interesting. And that they fail is also mentioned in the essay from 1954. So, I don't know, I find this very peculiar detail. So yeah, very interesting stuff. Outlast is the fall. Yeah, so Fourth Age. I assume, I'm not sure if when Tolkien started thinking about writing a sequel to Lord of the Rings, but Tolkien for a brief time worked on a sequel for Lord of the Rings, and yeah, kind of his idea was that it's about cults in somewhere. But he abandoned this project for reasons. Like, he felt like it was not worth doing the story. Especially, I'm not sure if they will have the rights for these characters, to be honest. It depends on the versions. In the version of the Peoples of Middle-earth, they don't fail at all. They are actually successful in what they do. Let me just read this to do. Their task was to circumvent Sauron, to bring help for the few tribes of men that had rebelled from Melkor worship, to stir up rebellion. And then something seems to be missing. And after his first fall, to search out his hiding in which they failed, and to cause maybe dissension and disarray. It was probably difficult to read. That's why it's in brackets here. Among the Dark East, they must have had, now comes, very great influence on the history of the Second age and third age, in weakening and disarraying the forces of East, who would both in the second age and third age otherwise have outnumbered the West. So here he basically says they were not completely successful. They could, for example, not find Sauron after he fell first and fled east, but they definitely helped the people there to rebel, and so that the forces he had in the east never would outnumber the forces of the west, or help Sauron outnumber the forces of the west. And so it seems like, yeah, they must have had a great influence and so on and so forth in weakening this ring. So they were kind of successful in the East in this version, which is very interesting. Also, the whole complete, they failed and founded magical cults is not mentioned. And this is the latest version Tolkien wrote. He wrote it shortly before his death, like it's from 1969 or 1970 or something like that. But I'm very curious what they will do in the second season with the rights and so on. If we will see the Blue Wizards. I would love to see the Blue Wizards, to be honest, but I don't know. It's hard to tell why Eru never interfered with Melkor and his deeds. I guess Eru accepted, or had, like, he gave him the will to do whatever he wanted, and he is, as a being, kind of the dissonance in the song. And he comes to the world and brings dissonance into it. So in a way you could argue it was part of Eru's plan in a way, but it's really hard to tell. It's a very, I don't know, I guess religious topic. Eru likes Schönberg too, apparently, yeah. Or a balancing, for sure. However, the idea is that all this happens, and then at the end the world is destroyed and made anew. And then we have the world that is not marred anymore. Yeah, I think I mentioned this in the analysis stream, if I'm not mistaken, that, yeah, you are right that the stabbing of Sadok in the foot of the cultist was definitely reminiscent of that. Only try to find the scene in case people wonder. What I find strange is that she's bleeding red. And I find kind of unusual, to be honest. What should it was more? No. But yeah, it's kind of. I also thought about this as Mary stabbing him was definitely different. Yeah, it's a potential that it's just a little mistake or so. It's also hard to see, like when you look at the theme, you don't see the color there because it's too dark. You really have to go into a program and then just increase the make it much brighter, and then you see it's actually red. And it could also be black or so. It's hard to see. You see, she's a ring bearer, but what ring should she wear? Because the rings weren't even forged yet. Though I agree with you, they have like kind of ring bearer. Like it would be an interesting idea if they were ring bearers, but yeah. I need some sleep. Okay, Mark, thank you for joining us here. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and yeah, sleep well. I mean, it's the thing Sadok has is the one that wounded Sadok. Maybe it's his own blood that we see here, but it would seem strange, right? No, it's the blade that Sadok got hit with. It's not a knife or so of Sadok. It's the throwing boomerang of the ascetic. But yeah, of course, in the books, Mary uses like a barrow blade, and those were kind of made to hurt the Nazgul because the people who forged it had to fight against the Witch King of Angmar, so they probably were up for the task. Yeah, exactly. As Spielkalb says, it's a throwing knife or throwing boomerang thing of the cultist he's stabbing her with. It's the one that hit him, that stuck, that was like that hurt him, that wounded him. A bit off topic, and I guess this is an old interpretation, but they turned Galadriel into Fëanor in season 1, minus the oath. She's basically enslaved to stop Sauron, as Fëanor was to Morgoth. I feel like you are definitely onto something. She is, in a way, very very similar to Fëanor in many ways, it feels, but she's still a bit different from her. She's not that as extreme as Fëanor, because Fëanor just. We have this scene at the beginning where it's about Galadriel leaving somebody behind, and in the end, she doesn't leave the person behind. In Fëanor, I feel like he would have left somebody behind if it would not be close family. Fëanor didn't care at all. Yeah, it's hard to tell how long it takes. It's not mentioned anywhere how long. The question is, how long did it take to transform the Nine into the Race? Probably centuries. They start as human and would bleed. for sure. Like it could have, it definitely took centuries. And I only know when it's complete. It's the Nazgûl will appear the first time in the year 2251 of the Second Age. So by that point, they probably got the rings 200, 300, 400 years earlier or so. It's hard to tell how long. I feel like it must have been quite some time because, I mean, there might be other ways, but in the Silmarillion text I just recently read here, we can read that their life seemed to be unending. Yeah. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. For life to seem unending for them, they must have lived for some time that makes it kind of unusual, you know what I mean? So I would also definitely think of centuries here. Now, if you look at the scene very slowly, oh, like I know it's hard to see. See, it seems to get out from within. It doesn't seem like to, you know what I mean? It would seem strange if it would be from. Like there would have to be a lot of blood on this thing for this to work. Look how far away it is. I guess it's just a filming thing, but yeah, for me, I get that impression. Yeah, for me, I agree. It really looks like the blood comes from the wound in the foot and not from the blade. Going for no. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, Mr. Mirabellis. Nice to have you here. And yeah, see you next stream or so. Or in the comment section. Definitely not enough blood on this knife to make this the explanation for the red blood. I think it's either a mistake or whatever. I think it doesn't matter too much. I lighten it up a little bit here. You see there's no blood on the blade. At least not enough for it to cause what we see there. Also pretty nasty. Like I don't want to get hit in my foot like that. Not gonna lie. I'm going to must get up in 4 hours. Good night. Okay, then wish you a good 4 hours of sleep. Sleep well. Sasha, nice to have you here. Or that you were here. Translation stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is German Tolkien Society stream in the evening. That we have to discuss 2 episodes, episode 7 and 8. So that will take some time, probably 3 hours or so at least. So yeah, that will be interesting. And then maybe it will also be faster because we have talked so much about it already. I'm not sure. But yeah. Must have heard pulling that knife out yet. I agree. It's just Very nasty. Oh, that sounds terrible, Billy. Like dropping a knife on your foot. Poor Chris. Don't worry. They can translate too. Probably. The trail finder went off trail, pretty sad. Yeah, that's true. I kind of liked Sadok. Like, I will miss him. Very unfortunate that he's not there anymore. Okay, how long have we been streaming? Because okay, we have 3 hours already. Wow, I didn't expect that. So probably a good time to slowly end the stream, if there aren't any very important questions in chat. I think of because I mean I won't go to bed anytime soon anyway. So we could watch another episode on Twitch. But to be honest, I have also to prepare a few more things, so maybe I should just work on other stuff instead. Time flies, definitely. And very interesting to see what's with Halbrand's actor. Like, Sauron can of course change his physical appearance. What time is it in Germany? It's 11:30. Yeah. So midnight in half an hour. He must have made it philology. And we also discussed why the stars might be different in the east. Very difficult to tell. It's interesting to, like, I don't know if will he be in this form again in Numenor? Very good question. Yeah, very curious what they are going with Halbrand slash Sauron, where they're going for. I feel like they really make Halbrand or Sauron go back to Eregion in secret in season 2. Galadriel does not tell Celebrimbor who Sauron is. Elrond maybe won't tell him either, which I find very strange, to be honest. And then, yeah, he forged. Maybe he takes a different form or so. I don't know. I don't get it, to be honest. Like, this is really a weird change for me, which I really dislike. Will we ever see Anatar in Rings of Power? Really hard to tell. Probably next season. They said something that they might do this. I don't know. Yes, Sauron's body does it not make out of Numenor. That is true. Body is destroyed there. No, you're thinking that right. But of course, yeah. Then his spirit takes up the ring and on a dark wind returns to Middle-earth. And then he takes a new form, but he can't take a fair form anymore from this point on. It will be interesting to see what they are going to do with Galadriel next season and so on. Like, sadly, the show is not very conclusive at the end. Maybe Galadriel tells them. It would be strange for her to not tell them. That he never can take fair form again is also mentioned in Lord of the Rings, so there are definitely some mentions of that. I never understood how he can take his ring while in spirit form. Like, the Ainur are spirit beings, so why shouldn't he not take the ring? The ring is here also has part of his spirit in it. Like supernatural, powerful angel beings. Why shouldn't they be able to interact with the physical world while in spirit form? Like, I find it not too believable. Like, there are other spirit beings who might be able to interact with the physical world, like the Nazgul, or maybe not classic spirit beings though, but even if you're just part of the unseen, it seems you can interact with the physical world. It's different maybe for some ghost beings and different for, I don't know, phantoms also seem to be able to interact to some degree with the physical world again. Comes the question why it should not be possible for a very powerful entity as Sauron. Like, he's complete even as a spirit, which is different for all the other beings. And he's powerful. And the ring itself is part of his being, if that makes sense. I really find the idea that Galadriel doesn't tell anybody strange. That she maybe needs a moment to think about this. That is true. I think she fears a little bit that if she would have told them that they would not have forged the Rings of Power. But I don't know. In a way, like, when I first saw the scene, it seemed like maybe the others could have guessed and knew it, even though she didn't tell them. But then at the same time, it seems like they don't really know, except maybe Elrond. I guess Elrond might have a clue what was going on. Why does he lose the ability to take a fair form? That's a very good question, to be honest. It seems like when the spirit beings, these Ainur, were sent, these basically I would compare them usually to angels, were sent to Arda, to the world. They were also bound to the world, and I guess because their purpose is kind of forming the world and so on, they, for maybe even interaction reasons or so, make it stuff easier or make it more powerful or more efficient, they took a physical form as well. And taking this physical form is kind of a commitment. And losing the physical form is, as a result, kind of a loss of power, if that makes sense. So that has to be considered. And in it, originally when Sauron took this form, he was one of the good guys. And I feel like the physical form kind of reflects who you are, if that makes sense, like who you are as a spirit being, in a way. The Balrogs, for example, also take like a physical form, but it reflects who they are. Like they have a heart of fire and are cloaked in shadow and so on. So it is kind of fitting how they look. And I guess this idea could be present with the other spirit being as well. However, at this point, when Sauron is killed in Numenor, or his physical form is destroyed in Numenor, his spirit his spirit is evil. Like he's more evil than at the beginning, and he is corrupted. And if he now takes a new physical form for him, the physical form will reflect that. His spirit is not fair anymore. As a result, his physical form can't be fair either, if that makes sense. That's at least how I would interpret the idea of him not being able to do this. In addition, he was destroyed by God himself, which definitely does something, and kind of cleansed him, now he had to reveal who he truly is. No playing trickery with fair forms anymore. I feel that is probably the main, also like a good explanation for that. Yeah, Sauron earned the name. And his old physical form was a relic of the time when he was still good. So even though his spirit became more and more evil, his old physical body he took, his physical form he took, which he also could reshape, I guess, still reflected his original spirit, if that makes sense. So it didn't update, if that makes. And then when it got destroyed, the new form he takes has to be can't be fair anymore. That's how I understand it. But keep in mind that's kind of my interpretation of that. It's probably not. I'm not sure if Tolkien explicitly explains why that is, but considering what we know about it and how shocked Sauron was one time when he was almost losing his physical form, it seems like it was kind of precious to him. And I assume that, for me it would simply make sense that after all the evil he has done and all and denying the offer of redemption by the Valar, that he went into a direction that was unredeemable, and as a result he became like this, simply not a fair spirit anymore, like a very evil one. And this has to be reflected by the forms he will take from now on. I wonder how Morgoth looks without his hands and feet in the void. Why not? Probably quite bad. Yeah. Start to get the mad scientist vibe from Celebrimbor just a little. Yeah, kind of. Makes totally sense for him though. Yes, potentially also an interesting idea that Eru took away the possibility of take a fair form as a punishment for him. You can definitely see this as well. Maybe it's a combination of both. I probably have to look into it a bit more, because there are some texts about the physical forms of Ainur, but I haven't read them in ages. Let me see. Yeah, it's the physical form is called Fana. Let me just see which book has it. I would assume Morgoth's Ring. Yeah, it seems Morgoth's Ring. Oh, Road Goes Ever On has a note. Very interesting. Probably we have to do some research on this at some point. Now that the show is over, I have some time again to look into stuff like that. Chris, can you see Theo becoming the king of the dead? That's an interesting question. Maybe. It's really hard to tell. I think, yeah, it is possible, though I would argue with what. Maybe. It's definitely a possibility. Like, Theo also is now really angry, and anger sometimes leads to terrible deeds and mistakes that were made. So, potentially, it's an interesting idea that you have. Like, we have speculated that we might see one character develop into that. I'm trying not to try to find anything. I'm just looking in case I would read up again on what Tolkien wrote about the Fana. I just look which books I would have to check. I assume it's mostly Morgoth's Ring. That's wrong. No, interestingly, it is mentioned in The Road Goes Ever On. And if The Road Goes Ever On, the oh, it is notes and translations. That is a bizarre note of that. Maybe also in the Palmail de Lambaron mentioned. Interesting. But yeah, it's far too complex to the research here on Fly. Which is issue 17, of course, the classic one. Ah, that is interesting. So it is mentioned also in The Road Goes Ever, The Road Goes Ever On. That is interesting. It's really mentioned in that book. It's interesting to know. Yeah, I agree. I also like the idea that they explore Rhûn. That's just hard to say word. Rhûn. Something like that. Like it's not Rhûn, it's Rhûn. Like the trill has to be not voiced instead of r. That is hard to make. No, not good with that sound. But yeah, I always want to see more about this place, and it's nice that we might get something there. And as you say, they can make up a plot without getting strong lore contradictions because we know so little about this place. Agree. Interesting, it gives them a lot of freedom, which might be ideal for them. Yeah, that sounds fun. Exploon. It's interesting. If Nori maybe finds other hobbits, that would be interesting to see, to be honest. I have a small ongoing obsession. Will Bombadil show up in the next seasons? Any thoughts? I could see that they totally give him a cameo somewhere. I'm not sure if he will play like a bigger role. I think that would be a bit much in my opinion. But I would appreciate a little cameo, like having like when Elrond goes through the forest or so, then in the distance he hears somebody singing with with his hat and with his jacket and so on. And his boots. Yeah, bright blue his jacket and his boots are yellow. Yellow boots. I mean, he's in a way that is so unusual already that you will definitely notice. I'm unclear about why he has to go to Rhûn, because you can see the star constellation from there and he knows he has to kind of look for that. Why that is, I don't know. I could imagine, like, my suspicion is he finds another wizard there. Way too subtle for the showrunners, I'm afraid, but nice idea. Yeah, it's probably, I agree. Sometimes they are not good with subtle things. And he's a merry fellow, that's true. Yeah, in German, Herr is like Mister. Yeah, they have the rights for the complete Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and appendices. Yeah, no problem. The bravest man on the internet, Chris, in his Bombadil video, trying to recite whole Bombadil song with German accent fast, no prisoners taken. Well, I tried. I kind of liked my Bombadil video. Though I don't know, because it's a topic that interprets that needs a bit of interpretation and own opinion. I think in general, I didn't include some arguments that would strongly go against some common interpretations of that, and I feel like in a way that was maybe not the right idea in retrospective. I did not expect that some of these theories that are very unlikely, if you consider the letters and so on of Tolkien, they are so popular. I did not expect that. Yeah, hard to tell how you depict it, but I guess there are definitely possibilities. I'm not sure how they will do this. Because some hints how Numenor might have been destroyed are also in the Lord of the Rings, so you can maybe reconstruct the story from just Lord of the Rings. Glad you enjoyed it. I meant it with love. I also did not see. I also interpreted it this way, but yeah, it's. I'm just reflecting on that. I should have maybe mentioned that. For example, a very popular theory is that Tom Bombadil is actually Eru, but that is definitely one of the theories that Tolkien himself said no, that's not the case. But I think it was in the letter, if I remember correctly. And it's a very popular theory, which I find interesting. But yeah, the idea was just to present the most common theories when it comes to Tom Bombadil in this video. And that for that it kind of works, but I maybe should have more commented on which theories are also the most likely ones at the end, but I didn't, like, since I found the topic interesting, I didn't want to say, no, your theory is wrong. That's something I didn't want to do, though, I don't know. I also don't want to be too misleading there. Yeah. There's something in Hrun that we have to wait and see. Very curious, because the thing is called maybe it's his hat. So far, Gandalf does not have his hat yet. So maybe because the star constellation is called the Hermit's head or something like that, right? Maybe it has to do with his head, which would be a fun little side story. The story, how did Gandalf got his head? Something like that. Could be interesting. Also, like, maybe there's another wizard. Maybe he meets Saruman there, or one of the blue wizards. I don't know. We will find out. Yeah, I also want to see it to happen what happens in Hrun. For the Dwarven Rings, really hard to tell. There they also have a lot of freedom, because we simply don't know who the other dwarves were that got the helms. Or was it not Het? Maybe it was Hut, you might be right. Let me just look that up really fast. In the German translation it says Head of the Hermit. Hut des Einsiedlers. In English he says yeah, the hermit's head. Let me just double check the English subtitles. No, the German, the English subtitle also says head. H-A-T. Yeah, this topic is interesting because I remember all the outcry of this intimacy coordinator, which is, I think, these days in film productions even common if you, I don't know, have to do swimming or whatnot, or a kissing scene, I don't know. But yeah, and nothing of this came to pass. We had like 4 kisses in the whole show, if that even makes sense. The perfect candidate. I don't think she's greedy. She might be greedy, but I think you can also interpret it differently. Glorfindel won't be happy if his hair had to be cut. I agree on that as well. But there were some elves with long hair, but usually not of the main characters besides Gil-galad. I think it is possible for elves to have long hair as well. The problem with the idea that the 7 dwarf houses, like, it would make sense if that would be the case. But interestingly, if you read very carefully, you notice that Tolkien never really states that the kings of the 7 dwarf houses had these rings. It is possible, but it's really difficult to tell, especially if you consider that there aren't that many places left where this would work, because the Belegost and Novgorod don't exist anymore in the Second Age. So, and the people from the Blue Mountains came to Moria as well, I guess, or to other dwarven realms. So they probably don't have their own king anymore. It's really strange with the dwarves. We have just too little information on this. It only says that the foundation of each of the 7 dwarven hordes is one of those rings. Kind of. I never knew. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that in the Lord of Rings that the elves have pointy ears is not really mentioned, though only in some letters and notes of Tolkien. But okay, chat. I would say there was long enough streaming for today. We have almost 4 hours. That's quite a lot. And yeah, considering that the episode's just an hour long. We had like plenty of discussion here. So if we make like another live stream in the future, we maybe have to make one live stream where we don't talk about the show. Though there will be, of course, the round table where we will only talk about the show. But yeah, very interesting to see how that will wend. Like I could imagine that some people still have questions or so. I don't know. Had dinner and supper, and now I'm back. Awesome. But now I will definitely close. By the way, how many dragons we know to be still around in the Rings of Power timeline? We don't know how old some of the dragons are, but in theory, you're right. We could see like dragons in theory should also be kind of immortal. So we have not that many dragons that we know of by name, to be honest. So we would have potentially Smaug could be alive if he was already born. And we have Shatha, the dragon that I think Fram slew. One of the kings of the Rohirrim. No, one of the lords of the Eotheod, not of the Rohirrim. I think he was before. Was it Fram? I think it was Fram. Yeah, he's not a king though. He's just a lord of the Eotheod, the ancestors of the Rohirrim. So in theory, yeah, there's a cold drake mentioned in Appendix A. So they're basically cold drakes bred in the far north at some point in the Third Age and attack the Grey Mountains in the north. So here, they are from the northern waste, from the Forod Wythe. And yeah, then the dwarves lose their realm there, and then Erebor is found, and some of the others who don't want to go to Erebor go to the Iron Mountains. We also see this here. Here's Erebor, in case people don't see it, and here are the Iron Mountains. At least on this map. So yeah, those could be around. In-depth breakdowns have to be long, I guess. That is true, but I think I'm not sure how long was the other stream, the analysis stream we did. That was also 5 hours long. So we had 5 hours analysis stream, and now a bit of clean up here in this stream with also 4 hours. So we just talked about 8 hours. There will also be a round table where we discuss this even further. So yeah, there's a lot of content and so on and so forth. What's the point of showing the Balrog in one scene and nothing else? I have no idea, to be honest. I found this also a very strange decision, to be honest. Maybe just to show, yeah, the Balrog is already there, and maybe he won't do anything in the Second Age, only in the Third Age he should appear, but they also put Gandalf, it seems, into the Second Age, so who knows what they are going to change. I found some of the decisions I really dislike. Yeah, and Círdan is kind of confirmed to appear in Season 2. I'm very looking forward to that. I mean, he has to get his ring, right? So... fan service, Rosie. I think it's simply fan service. Just to say, look, a cool Balrog. Look, we have the Ents and the Entwives. But yeah, anyway, maybe I just let the credits already run through. I think we had no new subscribers or so, members, so it should be up to date, I hope. No, wait, it could be not up to date. Let me just see, chat. Always be prepared for streaming. Not. No, it is up to date. Awesome. I think at least that is the case. So we have that. Credits. So yeah, shoutouts to all the members. Much appreciated for your additional support besides pressing the like button, which you also could do if you are watching the stream still. If you are new to this, maybe maybe consider pressing the subscribe button. And also leave a comment, especially to the VOD, because usually stuff works out better when you have comments under it, and especially those who watch this as a VOD later, but maybe also for those who are watching right now. VOD will be available after the stream ends, that moment anyway. Is there anything left to say? So for the German viewers, again, I will be invited to the German Tolkien Society tomorrow to discuss episodes 7 and 8. And maybe, I'm not sure if there will be an additional stream for a complete conclusion on episode, on first season of Rings of Power. So I don't know, chat. We will find out. Is there anything else? Yeah, maybe check the German channel as well. There's like a review available. Did pretty decent, I have to admit, so thank you for the support there as well. But yeah, maybe look into this in case you're of course able to speak German. I might also do like a live stream on the German channel at some point with some other German Tolkien creators and do basically a roundtable, just a German version of it, to maybe discuss the complete first season and see what was going on there. Yeah, stuff like that. I might do more watch party stuff on Twitch, but probably not today. Maybe tomorrow, depending on when I'm done with episode 8 Annoyed. I kind of like that. Yeah, maybe tomorrow after the what's it called, the German Tolkien Society stuff. Maybe I'm on Twitch, so maybe check Twitch as well, in case people wonder where to find that !Twitch in chat. Yeah, so thank you. It was a lot of fun today chatting with you. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Some people seem to have enjoyed it already, and I would say thank you people for watching. See you next time. Goodbye.